Gents and teddy bears, welcome back to TED HQ, welcome back to RAF Coningsby. It's been a while since we've been here, and here we are, we're back at Ted's home. Ted's had a bit of Ted's been on tour lately, hasn't he? Eastbourne, Holbeach, Marham for a little adventure time with the pit specials, doing their aerobatics. How are we all feeling? Welcome to the first show of the week. Hope we're all feeling well. It is Monday the 24th of August 2026 and it feels a bit cooler today. I hope we're all good, and welcome to RAF Coningsby here in Lincolnshire, Ted's home, Ted's county. So should have a bit of a fun week again this week. And not long now, just weeks to go before we head on north as we can go, all the way to RAF Lossiemouth. Can't wait for that. We've got a bit of a gang coming up with us as well. There's quite a few of us. So I don't know how. Yeah, be prepared. I think the population may grow at Lossiemouth when we arrive there on that week. Should be good fun. Should be good fun. We're gonna do a bit of tour, bit of sightseeing while we're there on the weekend. Go and check out the Moravia next to Kinloss, the Aviation Museum. Looking forward to seeing that as well. I'm going to go to Doofus Castle as well, go and see our friend Haggis who lives there, who will probably warn us about the sharks. So yeah, looking forward to it, looking forward to that. Should be good fun. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, home of 5 Typhoon squadrons, a aerobatics squadrons. There are two display teams, the BBMF and the RAF's Typhoon display team on their 21st season, and of course the wonderful historical museum without walls of the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Looking forward to seeing them. 5 Typhoon squadrons, so it's got a bit of a variety, from policing to training to frontline to a joint Qatari Emirate Air Force and Royal Air Force squadron of number 12 squadron. They're the latest to have stood up here. They actually stood up in 2018 and arrived here in 2020. And we've also got 2 frontline combat ready squadrons. They've got a lot of history between them. In fact, every squadron here. In fact, during this quiet period, we could give you a bit more info on them as well, which would be quite nice as well to do. But just in the meantime, we've got 2 frontline combat ready squadrons, number 3 fighter and number 11 fighter. And then we've got a test and evaluation squadron, number 41 squadron, who test and literally evaluate tactics, software, even taking off from and using different runways, such as a taxiway as well, which is quite interesting. And training them are number 29 squadron. They're the operational conversion unit. That's who we're looking at right now on the main ASP here at Coningsby. This is where it begins for Typhoon career in more ways than one. So the pilot from RAF Valley, who would have done their pilot training all the way back to Cranwell, or having a bit of a taste through university air squadrons. So to give you an idea, it'll be tutor, prefect, Texan, the Hawk T2, which will be their first ever fast jet, and then if it's the Typhoon they're streamed to, they'll come here at 29 squadron. If it's the F-35B, of course, as we always say, they'll go to Marham and get trained on by 207 squadron. But this is 29 squadron here. They're the ones responsible for training everyone on the Typhoon platform. There's some strategy that the Royal Air Force have. The turnaround to train pilots used to take, say, 6 to 9 months. Now it just takes 3 to 4 months to get a full qualified frontline pilot on the Typhoon, for example. We'll have to ask a friend actually on the about Marham how that would work on 207 Squadron. So I'll get you some details in the future about that. I do give you full details of how it all works here at Coningsby with 29 Squadron. So yeah, 29 Squadron is classed as an OCU. There are various operational conversion units around the country. So 28 will be the OCU for the Chinook. There's 42 Squadron up in Lossiemouth. They're the OCU for the P8 Poseidon and the Wedgetail. So there's many that go around doing that. 24 Squadron at Bryce Norton for the heavies. So 29 Squadron, they're an operational conversion unit here, and this is where the new pilots who have passed their advanced flying training right here. They would have already been awarded their wings, so they know how to fly, but the pilots, after a year and a half flying the Hawk T2 at Bally, their career path, if it's taken the turning for the Typhoon, they will come here. As I said, 207 if it's the F-35B, and that's at Marham. Before we go into detail of the pilot's training path with the Typhoon, it's also important to mention that 29 also have a weapons conversion unit here. Everything to do with the Typhoon is of course here, and 29 Squadron is made up of QFIs, qualified flying instructors, to assist with training in hands on a student instructor approach, but also just to keep in mind that you could be that good that you are trained as a creamie, which is a qualified flying instructor. So you could end up becoming an instructor yourself in the future. But as I mentioned, it's now a quick turnaround. In just 3 to 4 months, a pilot will become frontline combat ready Typhoon pilot. But before a new pilot gets to fly the aircraft, the first thing is getting to know the aircraft, getting to know the platform, getting to know the Typhoon. And this is done with the help of BAE systems as well. The course, with the help of BAE systems, is a course of 8 weeks training. We'll prepare them for the solo flight that they'll undertake. So they'll spend about 8 weeks before they even fly the Typhoon. So that's the thing. Amazing, isn't it? It's a bit like the Harrier. The Harrier pilots would take weeks and weeks before they'll be on a helicopter at Shawbury. I remember those that were streamed to the Harrier would actually go to Shawbury and learn to operate a helicopter. Oh, hello, oi oi. I know. And they spent weeks and they hadn't even flown in the Harrier. It's the same here. A course of 8 weeks training will prepare them for their solo flight, and it's basically to make them a more competent Typhoon pilot. So you see, familiarising them with the cockpit procedures, even the unique G-suit as well, also part of the training. The helmet, the mounted display unit, locking onto targets, all aspects are covered, and there's also the power experience. They would have never experienced power like it. So the T3 Typhoon, with their qualified flying instructor, they'll be sat in the back for training, boom, and the QFI will whack on the afterburners, just so that the student will experience exactly what they're dealing with here and the amount of power, and they'll most likely go into performance takeoff. So that's the that's the experience there. Also, Typhoon pilots have to carry out emergency simulation every 60 days to allow them to go flying. It's all about process. So 4 months, once that's done, what happens? It's solo flight time. But most QFIs will tell you that this is probably the most scariest time of their lives, because they are now out of their control. They need to be confident in how they've taught their student, and the student pilot will get in the Typhoon for the first time. But before they take off, they don't actually fly the Typhoon on their first go. They actually just do a few taxi runs, and to give them a bit of confidence. And we've actually caught that a few times. So BAE Systems crew on their way. So you'll get the personnel of BAE Systems. This is what's called corporate air travel. The abbreviation of that is CAT, hence MOG and Felix call signs. I know, right? This is one of the Embraers that they have. I'm not sure if it's the 135 or the 149. But they have a few Embraers, and they'll go to Lossiemouth and Warton Aerodrome. It's a nice way of getting to work and back. So yeah, the taxi ride is their first experience. They'll taxi around on their own from the main ASP, aircraft servicing platform, and it gives them a bit of confidence, a bit of chit chat with the with control tower, getting them confidence with the linees. Even though, don't forget though, they know how to do this already. They would have done this already at with 72 Squadron. They would have done this with the Squadrons 25 and 4 at Valley. They would have done all this already, but it gives them a bit more of a confidence, and probably just gives the QFI a bit of a breather. But the next time they go in the Typhoon, that's solo flight time. So they'll be taught all the tactics up there, which we can't go into detail. However, they are expected to do is to be able to achieve a lock on their targets, and that involves a dual flight with their QFI, and they're expected to get a lock on their opponent in a set time, because at the end of the day they are being trained to be frontline. If you can't get a lock on a target, what good is that? But it's not all bad if they don't get that lock in that set period of time. The QFI will know that they are good enough and give them another chance. It's not just a second go, second chance. There could be situations up there, could be really bad weather. They'll evaluate why they didn't get a lock on the target perhaps, and talk through maybe how to get a lock on the target. Even the QFIs, I know they'll make mistakes deliberately just to see if the student will pick up on it as well. It's very clever. And of course, if they qualify, well, that's it. It's frontline time, and it could be with here Squadrons or Lossiemouth. Lossiemouth, they could go to 1 fighter, number 2 AC, 6, 9. Here we've got number 3, number 11. Oh, they look at this tool. Look at this tool. This is a cool tool. Look at this. Or have they done it already? So this is called a RHAG in the Royal Air Force, rotary hydraulic arrestor gear, and they're little grommets, little weights, little dumbbells, call it what you will. I think he's already done it. We may have missed that. Let's have a look. I was expecting runway 07 today. Look at that, pushing all those grommets away, those weights, look. It's to keep the cable taut. So are they switching runway. It's a really cool tool. So yeah, it's called different things in different air forces. So we got the BAC system, BAK, the barrier arrestor kit in the US Air Force. Here we call it RHAG, RHAG, rotary hydraulic arrestor gear. Look at this. So it looks like we are getting a reconfigure change of runway. Nice one, lads. Arrestor gear. Call it with the cable, the arrestor cable. That will get you out of trouble on a worst case scenario using your arrestor hook, which the Typhoon does have one. So here's a pilot now. And don't be fooled by the markings. Yes, it has the livery of one fighter, but these are deployable aircraft. They're in pools. So other squadrons as well, like I said, we've got number 12, eventually possibly number 41. I know 41 Squadron are made up of very experienced Typhoon pilots for tactics, so maybe something in the future. We've also, not to forget, 1435 flight as well in the British Islands of the Falklands at RAF Mount Pleasant. You've also got the opportunity to be that good to actually instruct yourself, so you could be doing a qualified flying instructor course as well. And all squadrons, including their ground crew, or including the ground crew, will get to do what's called QRA. This is one of 2 QRA stations in Britain. QRA, Quick Reaction Alert. With all the things going on in the world, I don't think they've been as, what's the word, on readiness more than ever, I don't think, sadly to say it like that. But let's just ditch that a minute and just think about that. Because Quick Reaction Alert is having ground crew ready and pilots right now ready to scramble from RAF Lossiemouth, that's the QRA station number 1 north it's called. We've also got QRA station number 2 south, which is here, Coningsby. So there are pilots and Typhoons ready to hit a button. Once that alarm goes, once that scramble button has been hit, the bell, call it what you will, the button's pressed, the pilots will run out. Can't give you the time, unfortunately. Hello. Can't give you any times and giveaway stuff like that. But they will be running and the ground crew will scramble out, and even the lineys, whatever they're wearing, the lineys, pilots will have their kit on. And is this the day? You've got to remember on a psychological, because it's not just military aircraft that they will intercept. It could be that day to intercept a civilian aircraft. As blunt as that sounds, it is that the day. It's consequence over threat, over balance, over what is going on up there. They also intercept boats and ships as well, if needed. And in minutes they'd be up there. They'll be up 35,000 feet. And air traffic control. This is why on a fun level, this is why a performance takeoff, a quick climb, unrestricted climb needs a bit of work from the control tower, the air traffic controller. They will need to make sure, okay, even just on a non-threat level, that there's no aircraft in the way, no traffic up there. But on a QRA level, not only are they going to scramble in an unrestricted way, is scramble and take off in a way that they need to get to their target in the most direct route by clearing that traffic and getting that Typhoon pilot there safely to their target. And this is the thing. And that's our skies protected, ladies, gents and teddy bears, 24/7, 365. And the thing is, the bigger picture with that is we have, starting from the top, we got the pilots, but then we work our way down to think about this. Ground crew, armourers, technicians, all those making that, you know, putting it all together to get that Typhoon ready to go. Even on a training level, if you don't have serviceable Typhoons, how do you get the training? So you've got technicians, armourers, lineys, you know, all the weapons techs, all the technicians for the engines, ferries, mechanics, all of them. And then when you work your way out of that, You've got the air traffic controller that's going to work that way. You've then got security forces. You've got the they've got the guard room. You've got the RAF police. And we don't I don't think we have a regiment here, but again, there is a safety aspect. There is a Typhoon security force here, and there are elements that will have a protection of that. But then who's going to feed them? The chefs, catering crew. So it just goes to show a unit relies on not just the pilot, relies on the whole thing. And then you've got the qualified flying instructors. There's so much that goes on. AWCU looking after the airfield to make it safe, to eliminate the possibilities of bird strikes and other wildlife that may get in the way. Domestic cats that hop on over, which they do. Oh dear. And then of course you've got BAE systems as well. You've got all the technology inside there. You've got Michelin tyres. Yes, they use Michelin tyres. Safran, the landing gear. And then you've got the Typhoon aspect itself, all the parts and segments, and it goes on and on and on. 24/7, 365, no matter what day it is, every second of the day. And the skies monitored by Bulmer, Swanwick, High Wycombe, making those guys safe through NATs and CRCs, making sure that they are checking, and if there is a threat, Ella, and they will make a call. There we go. So when we have Typhoon pilots there doing their training, it's a wonderful thing to see, because that is what they're going to be doing, looking after our skies 24/7, deployable around the world, not just UK but overseas as well. So if you just joined us, welcome to the show. Don't forget to hit that like button, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hit the like button, do give us a thumbs up. And welcome to Ted's home. This is RAF Coningsby, Ted HQ. Oh, it's Mark. Is that Mark Joyce? It is. Is that Joycey? It is. Joycey. Yeah, man. How you doing? You alright, guys? Alright? Good, good, good. wasn't sure 100%. Well, actually, I was pretty sure it was going to be runway 07 today, but obviously, maybe not then. Lots of canopies up at the moment. This is a Typhoon FGR4. Airframe is a tranche 3. And welcome to the show. How are we all doing? Hope you're all good and well. But it wouldn't surprise me if they change runway. They're not shy of changing runways here, so we'll see. So I hope you all had a good weekend. I hope you enjoyed our Saturday bit of fun, our mystery stream at Marham. That was a nice bit of fun. Now, I think the runway caravan is on the move. They are. Runway caravan is on the move. So I think it's coming here. The wind is definitely blowing this way. Yeah, so as I thought, the runway caravan is, and they did reconfigure the RHAG. Anyway, it looked like it. Looked like they were changing the runway. EJ 200 engines that you can see and hear. Sorry, not see. You can't quite see. You can see the nozzle, but that's the wonderful EJ 200 engines that you can hear running. They are very, very powerful for what they are, and it's all about thrust to weight on the Typhoon. 20,200 pounds of thrust with reheat on each, so that's 40,400 pounds. Only 24,300 pounds empty. I know, right? Empty. Even fully fueled, that's 11,000 pounds of fuel. Would give it a 1.12 to 1 thrust to weight ratio. That is amazing. That makes it a beast of an aircraft to fly, especially with the fly-by-wire as well, of Leonardo's quadruplex 4 lanes or 4 channels, got you what you will. Beautiful. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope you're all good and well. It's time for some Typhoon FGR4 action. Is it a Eurofighter? Is it a Typhoon? What is the difference? Well, the project was, of course, the Eurofighter project, and it took its first flight in March 1994 in Germany. It was the DA1. It was given the name Typhoon in 1998 at the Farnborough Air Show in September of 98, and they kept the theme of wind phenomena. Speaking of which, I was watching, anyone seen the new movie Twisters? Well, I don't know how new it is, but I'm a big fan of Glenn Powell. I think he's awesome. I love that guy. I think he's great, especially from Maverick, Devotion and Running Man. I think he has his own special way of acting. I love it. I'm a big fan. Anyway, and they kept the theme and they called it Typhoon, so Eurofighter Typhoon. But every country can designate it as a different name. So, for example, in the Royal Air Force, it is called the Typhoon FGR4. What is all that about? The FGR4, F for fighter, G for ground attack, and R for reconnaissance, and it's a Mark IV. The two-seater trainer is a Mark III, hence it's called a T Mark III, a T3, a Mark T3, yeah? All right? But, okay, why a 3 and a 4? What happened to 2 and the 1? What's that about? When the Typhoon entered service, it was designated in its first ever block of airframe, the Tranche 1, as a fighter. So, in the RAF, it was called an F2, a Mark II. All right, it didn't have a GR on it, it was just an F2. The whole concept to have a interceptor to take on that role that was kind of missing in Europe at that time. So the weapons were, the configuration was just designated as a fighter, hence F2. Yes, there was a Mark I, it was a T1, which was the two-seater Tranche 1 block, okay? So I hope that makes a little bit of sense. So we have had a 1, 2, 3, 4, okay? So the next stage for the Typhoon in the Royal Air Force, I know I've gone off on the names here for 1 second, but the reason behind it, that it went to FGR, is that they upgraded and found out that, hey, hang on, we can add like paveways, we can add lots of ground attack weapons, we can add a lantern, we can do all sorts of stuff. So, lightning pod, sorry, not lantern, I get mixed up with F-15. So that's why, hence the name, okay? So in the German Air Force, in the Luftwaffe, it is called a Eurofighter, I know, EF 2000. In Italy, it's called the F2000A, okay? Probably Tifone. And in the Spanish Air Force, okay, it is called the C-16 Typhoon. And the two-seater version is called a CE-16. The E standing in Spanish for trainer. All right, so I hope that makes a bit of sense. Don't know about the other countries, but those main 4 I do know. And that's not a modern thing. I mean, they've been doing this since the days of World War II, for example. The Boeing Washington, the B-29, same thing. The RAF were the first to actually use the B-17s in combat. They used the B-17C with a very different tail, known as the Boeing Fortress 1, then the Mark II, and then the 3, which was the latest and greatest, the B-17G, which was the Boeing Fortress 3. The Havoc, the Havoc, the A-20 Havoc, or the Boston, same thing, different name. Oh no, so they had different names. I think the Marauder and the Intruder may have had names to do with whether it was training or an actual bomber. I might be wrong on that one, but you know where I'm going with it. So there you go. And that's such as history. They are different. You know, the Austrian Air Force and the German Air Force have the IRST, the pirate IRST, omitted. They didn't opt to have it. And the EJ200 is actually quite a small engine in comparison to length. The length is 3.98 meters long. 3.98 meters long. It weighs just under a ton, and it's the smallest of engines compared to the likes of the F-15, which is 4.85 meters. Smaller than the F-35A at 5.59 meters. Smaller than the F-22 engine, the F-119s, at 4.97 meters. It's got a 3-stage fan, which we're working on getting, and a 5-stage high-pressure compressor, compressing the air to a really cool 26 to 1. What does that mean? Well, 1 bar of pressure has been squished to 26 times its atmospheric pressure. Got a very low bypass at 0.4 to 1, and it can go from 13,500 pounds of thrust dry right up to 20,200. The Typhoon can do Mach 2, and it is a lightweight airframe. The airframe itself, not the components but the airframe, it's made in 4 different countries: left wing Italy, right wing Spain. The centre block of the fuselage made in Germany, the front cockpit section and the foreplanes made in Britain. The rear, we've got a mixture of Britain and Italy. So it's a 4.5 generation jet. What does that mean? It's not a 4th gen, it's not a 5th gen, it's right in the middle, 4.5. It's not a natural 5th gen stealth aircraft, but it does have some stealth attributes, such as it does have radar absorbing material. It's got 85% non-metal components on the airframe. It does have electronic countermeasures, giving it roughly a radar cross-section of 0.5 meter, which isn't bad compared to like 5 meters or so on a F-15, for example. Typhoon has been involved in many operations worldwide, especially the op shader missions. It's deployable, hence we don't really have a livery this year, and maybe for the foreseeable future they are deployable airframes. You can't be going around with the Union flag all over it, can you? Hello! Grey is the way. But as I said, with the FGR4, it is a multi-role fighter, so it can do close air support, it can do reconnaissance, strike targets on the ground, and of course a fighter. And look at the curvature of the wings as well. Dihedral. So the Embraer here, ERJ145. Well, actually, no, this is the new one, isn't it? No, this is the 135. This is a newer one. BAE Systems. Yeah. This is the other one almost says Golf Oaks. This one is Sagittarius. No, I'm just kidding. Even though it's got a G in Sagittarius, not a J, but anyway. So giving us a 180. And I'll tell you what, it's got an excellent climb rate, this one. Just balance there. Just adjust this a little bit. Here we go there now. What a sweet looking aircraft as well. Pretty sweet. lovely to see the Typhoons here at Coningsby, of course. This is their home, as well as Lossiemouth, and of course the 14:35 flight at RAF Mount Pleasant in the British Islands of the Falklands. Oh, it looks a bit empty now, the ASP. Actually, it looks very bare over there. And speaking of bears, is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby, who's this is his home. And earlier today I was talking about the sort of almost like a, not a hierarchy, but the foundation of working your way down to what makes an aircraft fly. Okay, it's not about positions being higher than another, it's about what makes it fly, you know, from the pilot to the ground crew, all the way down to those that feed them. And of course we must not forget our future generation as well, because here at Coningsby they are fortunate, the cadets themselves, number 17 Coningsby Air Cadets, who operate here. This is their home as well, number 17 Coningsby Air Cadets, which is absolutely remarkable if you think about it. You know, there are not many cadet squadrons that actually are fortunate enough. There are some, but how fortunate are they to have here as their little home station? I mean, that's just brilliant. So again, our future generation mustn't forget them. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby on the controls. A guards march to the number 17 Coningsby Air Cadets as well. Speaking of 17 Squadron as well, they were the first squadron to operate the Typhoon and bring it here to Coningsby. They received them in 2003 at Walton Aerodrome, along with, of course, 29 Squadron eventually, and it was number 17 Squadron that arrived here on the 19th of May 2005. I know, right? And obviously with that, to show off the Typhoon, was Matt Elliott, who was the first Typhoon display pilot and made a debut at RHAG with it as well. So a very historical time for Coningsby in 2005 as well. But you know, you open one door and sadly you say goodbye to what's behind you, and the tornado, same thing that happened at Marham as well. You know, 2018 saw the F-35s arrive, and 2019 end of March, that was it. So we're just down to this. Oh, we got two. We got another Typhoon over there, but I think that might be it. Oh, how you doing? All right.
Yeah, not too bad.
Good. You enjoy it. Thank you. That's good to hear. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Oh, that's nice. Always nice to hear. You know, always makes it. You know, it's not as easy as what people think. You know, oh, a YouTuber. When I'm doing this, especially now at this level. Now it's my 4th year. You know, I've got to keep it fresh. I've got to keep it fun. I've got to keep it flowing. I've got to keep going in all weathers as well. And I know we haven't had much rain, which we do desperately need. It's challenging when you get the other end of the spectrum. I mean, that was heat. There's heat, and there's, goodness me, been stuck in an oven. You know, but yeah, it comes to a point where, hang on a minute, we need rain. So if it rains and it's really bad and I can't stream, I think, well, it's good for the planet, that'll do. End off, you know, leave it at that. But hope you're all good and well. And I'm just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea. I hope you're all good, and it was nice to see Ted back home. And yeah, so well, where are we now? 24th of August. So yeah, won't be long now. Won't be long for, yeah, is it 2 weeks? We'll be streaming in Lossiemouth. 2 weeks time. 2 weeks time. Yeah, it must be, innit? Or is it 3 weeks? No, it's got to be 2 weeks. Yeah. Well, it's on, I think it's on the 9th, is it? Something like that. 7, 6, 7, 8 and 9, I think it is. Oh well, whichever. It's the 2nd week of September. That one there. So looking forward to that. I don't even know myself now, do I? But we head on over on the weekend, on the first weekend of September. We'll be making our way up there, which is always fun to do it. We do it every year. It's you know, it's not close. It's 9 to 10 hours to get there. But cup of tea time for me and Ted. they all right? Yeah.
Yeah, the security guard got a bit struck a bit. That's what Americans for you. Have you got Ted with you, or is he still in bed?
Yeah, Ted's here. How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Scan on. Right. So, just a 4, unfortunately. Doesn't look like it's going to be a busy day. It's pretty empty here at the minute. So, but still nice to see the Typhoons. You take the busy days with the slow days, that's what you got to do. It's military aviation plane spotting, that's what it's all about. So how we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome to Ted's Zone, welcome to RAF Coningsby. For those who don't know the history of Coningsby, well, it looks like, I'll be honest with you, I don't want to just put a little, I don't have a crystal ball, but it is looking like a quiet one today. I mean, look, I have no crystal ball, but there's, that's all you got to work with. Not a lot there. Unfortunately, that's always a good indicator that it may be a quieter day. However, that's on the north side of the station. From the south side, we don't know. That's we can't really have a visual and a nose over there because we don't. But for those who don't know the vicinity and the history of Coningsby, though work started in 1937. For an airfield here at Coningsby, because it didn't have any roots kind of before that. For those who don't know the history of Coningsby, there wasn't anything of RFC days of the Royal Flying Corps, but work for an airfield started in planning on 1937. So as far back as that, there was a plan to have a station here, and of course. Don't panic, that is the AWCU there. Yeah, so work started out in 1937 and it was finally opened in November, November the 4th, 1940, with grass runways commanded by number 5 Group of Bomber Command. Now, grass runways, actually, speaking of grass runways, they do have one here, all right, so those day glow markers there. There's one, so you can see those day glow, that's one end of the runway, of a grass runway. I know, right? And that's the other end over there, look. And you'll see the chipmunk use that. And it does need maintaining. You need to make sure there's no rabbits burrowing and molehills. It'd be a pretty bumpy ride for a BBMF trainee student pilot on that. Okay, so and they need to learn how to use grass runways because of the fact that there's the likes of Shuttleworth and other grass runways. And grass runways were quite easy because, well, there's going to be one runway strip that you can use, right? You don't have to have a dedicated airfield, and that's why they decided to have grass runways in the first place back in the days of Royal Flying Corps. There wasn't really, there were no runway numbers. Runway numbers didn't come in the UK until 1943. Before then we had the T-square, that T-bar system where the T pointed, because you could use any stretch of grass to take off from if you were a light bomber or a Spitfire, and if your aircraft came under attack, and that was our designated runway, got all this grass to use where you can take off from, and that was the benefits. There are obviously downsides, because you got to make sure it's not bumpy, not waterlogged, the drainage, because obviously you got drainage along here. You got to make sure that it's suitable. So I can imagine the winter months being quite drastic, really, here at Coningsby with those. So that's something to think about. But yes, so it didn't have concrete runways until a couple of years after, which we'll go on to. So November the 4th, 1940. The station opened, and first to arrive was 106 Squadron here at Coningsby, number 106, with Zulu November was their markings, and they arrived here with the Handley Page Hampden bomber. I'm going to do it a little bit different today, the history. I'm going to show you aircraft of Coningsby, and we'll do it in that way. We're going to show you, I don't have all of them, but I have quite a lot of them. So our first ever Coningsby aircraft, here it is, the flying suitcase, as it was called, the flying suitcase, the flying tadpole, the flying panhandle. Because if you were claustrophobic anyway getting in a bomber, try 1 meter. All right, this was 1 meter wide fuselage. This was the first bomber, I know, right? And they arrived on the 23rd of February 1941, and the first mission they carried out was on the 1st of March 1941, and it was 5 of these engines, and it was a crew of 4. For those that don't know much about the Hampden, there was no facility, so if you had a weak bladder, I'll let you use your imagination, headaches galore, and well, it wasn't going to be a comfortable ride. It was very claustrophobic in there. There was no comfort for the crew. The pilot had to be put in with a folded seat, so should the pilot get injured or worse, well, yeah, it was almost impossible to get the pilot out of there. But yeah, this was our first, and it's pretty just like the Wellington was the, shall we say, the icon of the iconic bomber of Ely, Cambridgeshire, and Norfolk, Suffolk, all those areas of Cambridgeshire and alike. This actually came out on the same specification, all right, and it was and this 83 Squadron were the first to operate this at Scampton, at the legendary RAF Scampton. Okay, so this was out in the Lincoln, up and above in the Lincolnshire skies. All right, they made about 1,400, just over 1,400 of these, and when they developed it, it was B932, and it was seeking a twin-engine day bomber, and it had to be high performance, and that it was really. It was quite light. It was very energetic in that respect. In fact, it was even dubbed as a fighter bomber. So yeah, it wasn't as good as the Mosquito, but that's another story. But they actually, the Air Ministry chose this and the Wellington. So it was quite, I don't know how unusual, but it wasn't that common to have 2 on the same specifications. They must have thought, we'll try both, why not? So B932 was given to Vickers, Armstrong, and the Handley Page companies. And yeah, I mean, it was light. The Handley Page Hampden bomber, had a empty weight of 760 pounds or so. That's about half the weight of a Eurofighter Typhoon. How about that then for a bit of stats? It could do 247 miles per hour, had a payload of 4,000 pounds. It had 3 to 5 Vickers guns. Those were upgraded to the K machine guns, and it was powered by the Bristol Pegasus. Now this is the key, this is the thing. You see, prior to the Pegasus, the Air Ministry really needed something 1,000 horsepower and above, okay? Which is why the Wellington also had the Pegasus the Bristol Pegasus engines, again rated at 1,000 horsepower. They were twin engine, like I said, at a service ceiling of about £19,000. So they were both out, but this was flying over the skies of Lincolnshire with 49 and 83 at first, and then eventually 106 had them and brought it here. And the markings for 106 Squadron is actually on here. Zulu November, that was the squadron markings, and if you are a regular to the shows, you will know that these two digits, sometimes they can be a mixture of letters and numbers. These two digits indicated the squadron. And yes, prior to 1939, they used to just write 106 or the squadron number. Not great for security really, but there you go. This was our first aircraft to operate here. So what happened? So they went into combat on their first ever raid, and that was on the 1st of March 1941 with 5 Hampdens, and it was a raid on Hamburg, and there were 0 losses on their first combat mission. But on the following night, on the 3rd into the 4th of March, however, so they went again straight into another sortie, another mission. Sadly, they were going to suffer their first ever loss, and it was X3002 along with its crew of 4 that became the first ever casualties of Coningsby. Those were the first X3002, the first ever aircraft sadly to be lost at Coningsby. Just going to keep my eye on this one while we can. But later on though, 106 Squadron were joined by 97 Squadron. Their markings were Oscar Foxtrot OF, and that was on the 15th of March 1941, and they arrived with the Avro Manchester. The Manchester began a series of being grounded in the first few months due to its unreliability, which left 106 Squadron on their own at times. Now, for those that have never seen a Manchester, I'm going to show you what it looks like. I'll put it in my little folder today because it is starting to have a bit of wear and tear, unfortunately. So here it is, if you can see that. Look at that. Now you wouldn't be wrong in saying that, hang on a minute, this looks like a twin engine Lancaster. You would not be wrong, because that's exactly what it ended up becoming. But on the first ever mark, it did actually have a third stabilizer, a central fin, all right? And it was a bit of a novelty when this came out. That looks like a deformed egg in some ways. That wasn't very popular, this turret, at all. Not very good. EM207 Squadron, they were the first to operate that at RAF Waddington. Echo Mike was 207's markings. But yeah, it came out on Air Ministry specification P1336. All right, so let me just put my Manchester down a moment. Let me just put that down. So yeah, the Manchester only had about 207 or so built. It ran into a lot of trouble, really did. It had, I mean, on paper it looked great. The problems were its engine and itself. It was the engines that were the problems. If I just get a Lancaster quickly, if I'm able to. Yeah, so the Mark 1 Manchester was so I'm going to show you this Lancaster, because it was almost like this. This was shorter by about 3 meters in total, so 1.5 meters, and it had that central tail. It, you know, on paper it was all right. You know, it was pretty good on paper, the Manchester. And the key to its downfall was the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines, which was a 24-cylinder engine. And it was rated at 1760 horsepower. And don't forget, I know I'm showing you the Lancaster because it was like a twin engine Lancaster. It had a 90-foot wingspan, because obviously it only had the two engines. It could do 265 miles per hour, had a combat radius of 1,000 nautical miles with full payload, service ceiling 19,200, and it weighed 31,200 pounds empty. All right, so at a length of 70 feet, so very, very almost identical, the fuselage to the Lancaster. It was a bit of a novelty because it had a few extra things. It did have facilities for the pilots to go toilet, folding seats to turn it into a bed. It did have to have an 8,000 pound minimum payload. It had to have also a bit of comfort, which was a novelty. On the leading edge there was a duct that would feed in warm air for the crew, because Bomber Command thought, I know, a happy crew is a better functioning crew. However, the engines were the main downfall to it, because what happened was the fact that the ball bearings would overheat, okay, and then it'll catch fire, and that was the end of the engine. When you have an engine going out, you can do what's called feathering, where you can just run on one engine, but it was struggling to feather. Sparks would come out at night, so any night fighters that didn't really need to use any like special radar, sparks would come out, which is why a lot of bombers, when they switched to night fighters or night bombing, they'd have covers on here, dampeners to hide the exhaust flames. The Luftwaffe pilots used to say about the Halifax bombers, they just follow the trail of flames, and that was it. Thank you very much, I'll have you. And also piston rods would go and actually start to destroy themselves, sometimes on startups. All right, the piston rods will go flying. Who in the right mind would want to sit in an aircraft full of bombs with piston rods just shooting around everywhere? And sometimes the crew would just sit there, and the ground crew would sit there and watch the engines just destroy themselves. They'd never remedied the sparking either. There was some sparking trails, but it was grounded more than 6 times, so 106 Squadron would have to go and go out and go on a bombing mission on their own. In fact, 106 Squadron were actually going to convert to these, and both squadrons ended up going back to the Hamden while this was grounded. So again, if you just tuned in, we're not talking about the Lancaster, but the Lancaster was a development from the Manchester, which is why the Lancaster doesn't actually have its own specification. And did you know that Handley Page also made the Halifax a twin engine bomber at first on its proposal, because they too were going to be in for the running. All right, so the Handley Page Halifax, its original prototype, actually had 2 engines. They too were going to use that Vulture engine, and luckily for them they didn't. They evolved, and luckily that Air Ministry specification P13/36 was actually allowed to be evolved, and that's why the Halifax ended up using that. And luckily Roy Chadwick and his crew already knew the problems and started to develop a 4-engine bomber. In the end though, long story short, they added 6 foot either side, so wingspan of about 102 foot, used the fuselage of the Manchester. BT308, a prototype, had 4 engines. They were Rolls-Royce Merlin. BT308, 9th of Jan 1941, had a central tail as well, and it was going to be called the Manchester Mark III. They didn't call it the Manchester in the end. They ended up calling it the Lancaster on DG595, the second prototype, and then the rest is history. So the Manchester ended up becoming the Lancaster, for those who don't know. So that was the next aircraft after. But just quickly, while Coningsby had 106 Squadron and 97 Squadron here, on the 8th and 9th, 97 Squadron carried out their first raid with 3 of their Manchesters on a raid on Kiel. 10th to the 8th of April 1941, a loss of 2 Hamdens on a small-scale raid over Dusseldorf, both shot down by night fighters. All 8 men lost their lives. 15 aircraft were lost between July and August, which is the equivalent of a squadron's worth. And on the 2nd of October 1941, 5 Hamdens were tasked with a bombing raid on Karlsruhe. Due to poor visibility, an order came through to abort the raid, and Hamden AD 768, piloted by Sergeant Newby, well, he was 5 minutes from target, and it wasn't uncommon for RAF bomber pilots to go, "Press on, lads, let's go." And piloted by Sergeant Newby, just 5 minutes from target, he pressed on to bomb the target, which he did, and dropped his bombs on the target and returned for home, managing to avoid heavy flak by evasive action, because Guy Gibson did actually like this and tried to convert it into a torpedo bomber version, which they did. Shaking off ME-110s, they were intercepted by 3 ME-110s, and it managed to evade them as well, shaking them off for about 20 minutes, but that 20 minutes put Newby's aircraft off course. With low fuel, he sent out an SOS order but had no reply, so he sighted land at 0130 and followed the coastline, but couldn't really recognise where he was because his navigational systems and compass, they'd all been shot to bits. But they had a kind of a rough idea that, hey lads, we're over land, let's bail. So when they did bail out, they landed and were met with the Irish police in Ireland. And for those that know, Ireland was actually neutral at that time. So they were caught and interned, and they spent 3 years in camp and released in June 1944. So they spent much of the war interned. Okay, now with the Manchester being the biggest threat from itself and unreliability of those engines, several were lost in accidents, including takeoff. It is estimated that 25% of Manchesters were lost in this way. That's around 50 Manchesters lost of the 202 or so that were made. 106 Squadron acquired the reputation of becoming a high loss rate of any Hamden squadron, losing around 45 Hamdens until it got to get converted to the Manchester. Now imagine that, you've already got a high loss rate and you're about to be upgraded, is that a right word, to the Manchester that was already having issues? I don't think that was a good idea, but that was in early 1942. So this would be the Manchester's last few days though in 1942, thanks to the crew's delight there. By the time at RAF Waddington almost was given the name the Manchester Mark III, the 4-engine Rolls-Royce Merlin-powered version, the Avro Manchester, was already operational. Coningsby though had grass runways, and the Lancaster wasn't really suited for that, so it was going to be imminent. But what do? It's World War II, and you're going to have to close your runway, and it did at some point as well. So the runways were going to be upgraded. So on the 1st of February 1942, what they did, right, so obviously they, and this isn't just for Coningsby, RAF stations that had grass runways that were going to get the Lancaster, because Arthur Harris loved it. He was Bomber Command's chief. Instead of just closing the aerodrome and that was the end of it, and you'd lose operations, right? What they did to the north over there, about 5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow flying, they built a satellite station while this was all going on. That's right. So Woodhall Spa, for those that know, RAF Woodhall Spa was built with concrete runways, so that, and it was a satellite station to Coningsby, so that Coningsby squadrons can still operate, but from there. So it was very, it was a good idea, rather than just close the place. Some stations, yes, admittedly they closed, but luckily they had satellite stations to do so. So during the periods of Coningsby's aerodrome being waterlogged and full of water, Woodhall Spa's concrete runways was utilised. So during this time, 106's time with the Manchesters, on the they were still using them here, and on the 14th of March 1942, while this was going on, aged just 23, the squadron had a new commanding officer, Wing Commander Guy Gibson, the youngest squadron commander in Bomber Command. All right, that's in Bomber Command, and he carried out 18 raids, 6 of those consecutive, with great results. Now he had a mega reputation. Okay, some negative, some positive, but it was that combination of both that got him to where it is. All right, because got him to where he is. He was very dedicated. He hated desk jobs, and you know, the theory of becoming a wing commander. You don't really hear many wing commanders flying, right? He found a way to fly. It was that gutsy, I want to fly, I may be higher ranking, I still want to fly. And it was that attitude that got him to where he was. And great things were to come for him and for the squadron. So he was a commanding officer that wanted to fly, and despite being unpopular with some of the crew, given various nicknames, there was no denying the extreme courage that he had. August of the 27th into the 28th, Guy Gibson led his 9 aircraft to bomb the aircraft carrier, the Graf Zeppelin, with what's called a capital ship, a 5,600-pound anti-shipping bomb. Now, despite poor weather, he made 12 runs on this target and tried to locate the target. The Graf Zeppelin actually did survive that though, but it was never used after those raids, and 106 became the first to use the new 8,000-pound bombs as well. And Gibson's track record and his time at Coningsby was been recognised by analysts of Bomber Commander, and he wanted to be seen sharing the risk, and that's the difference. And he wanted to be a leader, and that he did. And of course he was given to command Squadron X. How cool is that? Squadron X. And if you have tuned into East Kirkby and Cranwell streams, you'll know that 57 Squadron, they supplied some of the crew for the Dambuster raids as well. And Squadron X, of course, became 617 Dambusters Squadron at RAF Scampton. Now, 20th of March 1942 was 106's first mission with their Manchesters, but of course, in a couple of months, it was going to be game over for the Manchester. It was a mine-laying mission on Kiel, and on the 22nd to the 23rd of April, Gibson's first ever mission, L7418. This one was one of 14 operations he flew from Coningsby. That was the first mission for Guy Gibson here. And Lancasters began to arrive for Coningsby, but was to be operated at Woodhall Spa. Now what they did, we've got 29 Squadron here, that's operational conversion unit, right? What they did, they had operational conversion units, they called them OTUs. But you may have heard squadrons have B flight, C flight, etc. And what they did, they utilised one of their flights, one of their flights within their squadron to make an OCU or an OTU. They made a heavy conversion unit because, of course, there were different ones, and it was a heavy conversion unit within their own squadron. And what they did, they moved their heavy conversion units across to Woodhall Spa, so they can be trained on them as well. And they actually, what they did with the Manchesters, instead of throwing them away and scrapping them, they did use them in the end for training. And 106 is what's that noise? Oh, it's one of those, yeah. So there you go. So yes, so HCUs like today's OCUs formed from within the squadrons 97 and 106, and as the Lancaster layout was almost identical to the Manchester. They were used for training to convert the pilots to the Lancaster. And on the 30th to the 31st of May, Operation Millennium, for those that know, was the first of the 1,000 bomber raids, and started off with Essen. And a total of 1,047 bombers were used. Coningsby Squadrons, Manchesters and Lancasters were used for the raid, and on the 25th to the 26th of June for the second raid, and by this time the Manchester was now retired. 97 Squadron moved to Woodhall Spa in March 1942, and we all know what they got up to in April. That's right, the Augsburg raid, flying with number 44 Squadron, the first main mission into Germany. It was the Lancasters by day. 12 Lancasters went out, only 5 returned. So the next stage, 106 Squadron, they moved as well to Syerston, and then eventually moved to RAF Metheringham and Coningsby's airfield in 1942. and was closed. That was it for Coningsby, and opened in August 1943 with its new extended hardened Class A concrete runways. And first to try out the runways was 1514 beam approach training flight, and they were here with the Airspeed Oxford and the Avro Anson. And I actually have one here. For those that went to Cosford, for those who got to see it at East Kirkby, what a lovely, lovely aircraft, that Avro Anson. And yeah, so this was here to try it out. A lovely, lovely aircraft by Avro. Oh, absolutely gorgeous. So this would be used for beam approach training. So they probably configured it as well, I would have thought, the beam approach training. They even had a cookery school here as well, by the way, while the runways were being built. So Coningsby was closed for between mid 42 and open in August 43. All right, so the Avro Ansons of 1514 beam approach training is an early ILS, very early. It was using beams, for those that don't know. I'll just show you what it would look like if I can find it. Beam approach. Let's have a look at beam approach, shall we? La 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 la. Beam approach. There you go, here's beam approach. Again, they were doing this already in Germany as well, but it's the same sort of thing. There you go, this is what a beam approach looks like. A beam down the runway, okay, but it would use Morse code, all right? So it's very similar to ILS, and the idea is to get you to land right on the center line in bad weather, all right? Dots and dashes, Morse code, so you'd have a continuous beam called an equi-signal. Dot, 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 dash, 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 like that, yeah? All right, but what does this all mean? Okay, if you were too far to the left of the center line, you will hear the dots. Doot, 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 like that. If you were too far to the right, you hear the dashes. As you got closer to the center line, depending on from the right to left or left to right, when you got right in the middle, those dots and dashes would actually make one continuous unbroken signal. Hope that makes sense, yeah? So if you just heard the dashes only, you were way too far to the right. As you got to the left, you start to hear the dashes until those dots got in the middle of the gaps to make one continuous signal. That is a very simple way of explaining the beam approach system. First to actually be operational here was number 617 Squadron. I know, 30th of August 1943, 617 Squadron, under the command of Squadron Leader Holden, DSO, DFC and Bar, were the first operational squadron. So, startups, talk history, get aircraft. So the Lancasters were actually here with 617 Squadron. I know, right? Many people don't know that 617 were here. They were the first operational squadron to utilise the new runways at Coningsby. 15th to the 16th of September 1943, 8 Lancasters of 617 Squadron took off to attack the Dortmund Ems Canal using the 1,200-pound high-capacity bombs, but this came at a cost of 5 Lancasters that failed to return. Many of the crew lost included Holden and several of those who took part in the Dam Busters raid. 33 lost their lives, 2 prisoners of war, and 5 managed to evade capture. On January 1944, 617 Squadron swapped with 619 from Woodhall Spa, and 61 Squadron also arrived at Coningsby, both operating the Lancasters, but their stay was brief. Oi, oi. And Coningsby became a Pathfinder target marking force with 83 and 97 Squadron. Sounds like we've got some startups. D-Day, Coningsby lost 3 Lancasters, the first casualties of D-Day on the night of the 5th into the 6th of June 1944. And the 4th was also lost that night as well. 3 by Eberspacher and 1 by Aisler. So Coningsby lost 4 Lancasters that night, all crew gone on D-Day. Guy Gibson, who was in Canada, eventually returned to Coningsby in the summer of 44 as number 54 base air staff officer. Now, this was a desk job, but of course, you know him, he hated it. But you know, he found a way to fly again occasionally. But then a mission came and it tasked him to, there was a raid on München, Gladbach, and the raid was on the 19th into the 20th of September 1944. He chose to fly a Mosquito KB267, a Mosquito of 627 Squadron, and on the return flight his Mosquito was seen crashing in Steenbergen, Netherlands. He and his navigator, squadron leader Warwick, lost their lives. They lay side by side in the cemetery over there. 25th of April 1945, Coningsby's last sortie was on the oil refinery in Norway. 175 aircraft were lost from Coningsby's airfield during World War II. In numbers, that's 17 Manchesters, 57 Hamdens and 101 Lancasters failed to return or have crashed in incidents. July 1946, Avro Lincolns arrived. Now, that was a especially heavy payloaded, stretched Lancaster. The Lancaster successor became the Avro Lincoln, but that came out too late. Mosquito Mark 16s arrived at Coningsby with 109 and 139 and 231 operational conversion unit, along with a Mosquito photo reconnaissance squadron as well. And in 1950, care and maintenance for Coningsby began, but Boeing Washingtons arrived, and it was 149 squadron. Hello. You all right? Yeah. And here's our Boeing Washington. So this was kind of like a manufacturer rival in some ways in the UK at the time. We called these the Boeing Washingtons, the B-1 Boeing Washingtons, instead of B-29s. And this is a 115. It's massive. It is identical to a B-29, but of course we designated it as the Boeing Washington. I know. And by July 1952, Coningsby had 32 Boeing Washington B-1s, with 15, 44 and 57 squadron operating them. And in 1953, this was a bit of a breakthrough for Coningsby and a bit of a historical moment. Their first jet aircraft arrived. And in fact, it was the RAF's first ever jet bomber, was indeed the English Electric Canberra. And that was from 1953, and that was 149, 44, 15 and 57 squadron. They were Canberra B6s, and in the late 50s, 9 and 12 were operating these at Coningsby. In 1962, another legend was here at Coningsby for 2 years. I know, are you ready for this? A B2 was here. No, not that B2, a Vulcan. That's right. The Avro Vulcan B2s were here between 62 and 1964 on a quick reaction roll with numbers 9 and 35 squadron amongst them, until they went to RAF Coningsby. And then something a little bit different for Coningsby, because it was time to replace the Canberra. 1968 228 operational conversion unit had the Spey engine Phantom. I know we called them a little bit different then. We had them as a, what was it, an F2, FGR2s, right? FGR2s. The Phantoms, of course they are a McDonnell Douglas F4 Phantom. And number 6 squadron, the flying can openers, arrived as the first operational squadron, and they had, it wasn't the J79 engines, these were Spey engines, so the fuselage is a little bit different on the top, because they had Spey engines instead of the J79s. Number 54, 41, Trouble 1 and 29 and many other squadrons were using them. They either disbanded or made their way to RAF Wattisham in the late 70s to take over the QRA intercept role from the English Electric Lightning. So that was another aircraft that was here. And then in 1976 the BBMF arrived from Coltishall. 1985 229 Squadron arrived with the Tornado F2, and in 1987 29 Squadron said goodbye to its Phantoms and gave way for the Tornado F3. They were the first to operate the Tornado F3. Longer nose there, and this is our Tornado F3. This is a Coningsby display aircraft from number 65 Squadron, so this was actually here at Coningsby. Look at that. So the F3 was here, the first to operate that. But times were coming for the Typhoon in 2005. On the 19th of May, 17 Squadron brought with them the Typhoon. And I do have a Tranche 1, which I know many of you will be going, oh man, and there it is. There's our Typhoon. So 2005 was the year. Squadron leader Matthew Elliott made history and a milestone as the first RAF Typhoon display team pilot during RHAG. 2006, 41 Squadron had the Harrier GR9s here, and Tornado GR4 and F3. They'd also operated the Jaguars here previously. 2006, number 3 Squadron arrived. 2007, 11 Squadron arrived, and 2020, number 12 Squadron arrived. Of course, during that time in 2005, 29 Squadron were chosen to become the operational conversion unit. 17 Squadron, I don't know when they left, but they are in America as the test and evaluation squadron for the F-35B. So I think that's all my aircraft I've got up here, and the van is slowly sinking into the ground. Gate Guardians, we do have a Harrier here with 3 Squadron. We have an English Electric Lightning with number 11 Squadron. We've got a Phantom and a Tornado here at Coningsby. I can't remember the squadrons actually, I should know, but I can't remember which squadrons they represent. Here we go. Typhoon action. Here we go. This time from the south.
Ossie.
How you doing? All right?
Yeah.
Good. You been well?
Yeah.
Good.
We'll survive it, that's the end.
That's it, mate. Yeah. squadrons to go out. Starting to get a bit more lively now, isn't it? A free squadron marking. There they are, the oldest squadron here, and the fact that they're a very extremely low number, then you know that they are they date back to 1911. Let me just move that a little bit, there you go. They have a cockatrice on their squadron badge, indicating that the fact that they're using a creature that was the first to fly in mythology, and the fact that they formed at Stonehenge Aerodrome. That cockatrice is not only the first mythological creature to fly, but it's also set on a bit of Stonehenge, so a bit of heritage thrown in there. They were part of the, obviously before the Royal Flying Corps, part of the Royal Engineers, and they were the first to fly heavier than air aircraft. Hence they used the cockatrice. Hence the cockatrice is sat on Stonehenge. It is the monolith of Stonehenge. So Lark Hill, Stonehenge Aerodrome, and officially founded as a Royal Flying Corps squadron in 1912. So they have a lot of history. Like I said, numbers 1, 2, 3, those early numbers. Because I was asked the question, how did they choose the numbers? They did actually just have them numerical back in the days, before the Royal Air Force, which still continue today. Typhoon as well. Aerobraking at its finest. Look at this. Still going. This could be a record. Beautiful.
#1 fighter.
looking at the Typhoon that's just gone on the overhead, just right above us now. We'll keep an eye on that. It's heading north. Oh, hello, you alright? Oh, awesome.
also to mutual.
That's 10 miles. Is there a lot going on?
go around now. Training, all about the circuits. Chatting to the lovely crew at the Typhoon display team, and they were telling me about the 1,000 kilo drop tanks, which is about 2,000, just over 2,000, yeah, about 2,000 pounds or so of fuel. And they were telling me that they actually fill them, let's say, £600 less or 300 kilos less, so 700 kilos instead of 1,000, because of the fuel that actually expands. So that was pretty cool to know. It never occurred to me that. So yeah, you've got 1,000 kilo brilliant. Just picked up out of nowhere, which is probably a good thing for the runway 07 ops. We keep an eye on the four planes as they self. Extra takeoff and landing experience. So usually you take off once your sortie finished. The touch and go gives you an opportunity to get more takeoff and landing experience. It does add in your currency. But it also, you've seen low approaches and a go around as well, so it also adds to the pilot training. So these manoeuvres are executed if in case of emergencies, or if there's one on and there's an aircraft having a blown tyre or a vehicle that's stranded anytime. It allows the pilot to react and let the training kick in should that time happen. So this is why a good pilot is, as they say, always training. And practicing. looks like Tom Nation. Only because of the decorated helmet there. RAF Typhoon display pilot, Tom Nation. Not sure if he's going anywhere on a transit. If it's Wyatt, the call sign, then he'll be on transit somewhere. If it's Dragon, then well. See you again, take care.
Yes, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
ladies, gents and teddy bears. It's been quite action-packed in the last few moments, isn't it?
Oh, we could have it. Bicycle.
Looks like we managed to catch Riot landing. That's the transit call sign, but sometimes they can just use Dragon 01. I was going to say, we seem to have more Typhoons than what we started with, so there we go, that explains that. We do have another arrival coming up very shortly. Hope they're all good and well. Was it good? Did you have fun? Yeah. Did you? Because I think that was it at Lakenheath, wasn't it? Yeah. No, it was all done by. Did you see anything or that? No. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Freeze the charm. Friday Lakenheath. Yeah, if you set off now, you'll be just, yeah, I know. Oh dear, you'll be alright.
still got 4 out there, I think. They just keep coming in. It's all good.
Steady bears, hope we're all good and well. Oh, nice little start to the morning.
is turning into non-beret at the minute, so we'll see how it goes. I'll get Ted on the show in just a sec. We might even take off at this rate. Sorry. Tuning in today with your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, the UK's much loved military aviation channel. You know how it is. Hope we're all well, and yeah, I'm looking forward to in a couple of weeks' time we'll be seeing, hopefully, fingers crossed that is, we'll be hopefully seeing Typhoons from somewhere else. I know. Just watch this space if you're interested in military aviation. And this is the channel for you. And you've been cleared as well to touch and go on that like button. Give us a thumbs up. It does help the numbers get out there. It really does. So thank you to all our supporters as well, and our members. I can't thank you enough as well. And lots of support coming from everywhere. Thanks all of you who have been supporting our channel through all weather. Oh, it's been a wonderful time, hasn't it? I hope you've all enjoyed it. It's been great. Lovely Eastbourne as well. You know, I missed that already. Eastbourne was just an absolute beauty, that one. Really good numbers, really good to see you all, and those that came to see us. Even big shout to Flight Lieutenant Rich Tamala came to see, and the one of the engineers, right? Was it Rich? Not Rich, sorry. Was it Dan? I forgot the name, and I do apologise, but it was brilliant to have a pilot, a display pilot, come and see Ted as well for our little meet-up. That was that made it, you know, that just topped it off. That was the icing on the, you know, the cherry on the top. Call it what you will, because it's already just, you know, really proud to see our members and fans just come and see us. But yeah, do give us a thumbs up. Also, do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Do hit that notification bell button. I'll be planning this week. There is an extra day of NS no stream on Wednesday. Nice shutdown noise. But I'll be back tomorrow and Thursday and Friday, all being well.
Not yet.
Do you want to try your flag, Ted? Are you going to be all right with that? take off or anything, are you? No. Ted's quite confident. Okay, mate. We'll see if, I mean, we've got some Bear A recovery team cards. Marie C, high five, and welcome to the, thanks for joining us. We've got a new member, a new recruit. Thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. A Guards March to you. Thank you very much, Marie C. Electro Destiny celebrating 28 months today. Nice milestone. Be ready in an hour. Nice. Thank you for your 28 months. Also, I'm Pete, member for 17 months. We've got Reese Maroney, who's part of our fighter squadron. 8 months of membership. It helped heaps love. It's helped heaps love the content. Oh, right, it's helped heaps love the content. Lovely. Thank you very much, Reese Maroney. If I remember correctly, from Australia, right? Margot Baxter, thank you very much. Who's part of our spanner flight as well. Like button, please. Thank you. Thanks for the super chat. We've got Nick Smith. Have a great day at Coningsby all. Thank you very much. And a Guards March to you. We've got Elsie with a 3-year milestone today. Wow, 3 years. That is amazing. Thank you very much, Elsie, for your 3 years membership. Davey, wow. Look at this, racking up 42 months of membership. Davey, thank you very much also for being a Spanner Flight member and 42 months of service. Thank you to everyone for your magnificent support, dedication to the TCS. We are the one and only best military aviation channel out there. Thank you very much, Davey. Chris Baxter, thank you so much for that super chat. A Guards March to you. Also, Brian Beelman, high five, paw pump, and we'll give you a salute for that. For gifting 10, Ted, you're right with that? Let me just help Ted, he's getting a bit tangled. Brian Billman, thank you very much for your 10 Ted Coningsby memberships that you've gifted. Thank you so much for that, that's awesome. So thank you very much. Ben Guineer, or Ben, is that B Engineer? Or is it Ben Guineer or B Engineer? Thank you for your 2 years of memberships. Thanks a lot to Bengineer. I like that, if it is Bengineer. Oi, 2 years of the TCS, shout out to the PCC lot. Well, thank you very much. 2 years of membership. And Deister celebrating 14 months, Guards March. Abel Stew, thank you very much. Some pants for Teddy. Thank you very much for your super. Links Rainbird, I5 and a Guards March. Thank you very much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Also, Avro Al with 41 months. Love Ted HQ. Welcome home, Tom. Oh, that's a lovely thing to say. Welcome home, Tom. Absolutely. Didn't even know he was coming back. Ted must have had his antenna out for that one. Yeah, not bad, man, not bad. Yeah, I've had to tie things down up here. Well, it was sticking like that. So that's alright. It's getting worse over the week, I think, you know. second. All right.
doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. And a little tribute there to one of our members who sadly passed away last week. Blue skies, Johnny. So I hope we're all good and well, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I hope you all had a good weekend as well. It feels like a short weekend for me because, of course, we were out and about on Saturday at RAF Marham for something a little bit different. Aerobatics from the Pitts Special. A set of 3 that seemed to be in competition with each other, I think it was, but it was something a little bit different. I thought, let's see what happens if we follow this NOTAM. So there we go. Car park for the for aircraft viewing, and we've also got Steve's burger van here as well. Steve will have breakfast, brunch and lunch and refreshments. There are bins here as well, and but sadly there's no facilities, so if you need those types of facilities, well, yeah. If the car park is full in the town, we do have a general car park. I believe it's £2. I think it's free for the first 2 hours and then £2 for all day. They do have toilets there, but there's various cafes and bars and restaurants around the town, and also the Lee Gate as well. That's also an option, and not forgetting, of course, other things to do aviation related. There is, of course, the Coningsby's own BBMF Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Museum, the gift shop, cafe there as well. They do have a cafe, and you can get yourself a hangar tour if available. It's I can't remember how much it is. I think last year it was about £11.50 or so, £11.50 for adults. But of course, if you are a member of the BBMF, then there is no admission free with your paid yearly membership. You've also got Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre, not far from here at East Kirkby as well, home of NX611, Just Jane, and the Mosquito, and various other beautiful artefacts and aircraft as well. The B-25 Mitchells there, that's awaiting engines. That's hopefully one day that will reach for the skies as well. We've also got Cranwell's Aviation Centre as well. You've got Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre. You've got Woodhall Spa as well. You've got the Petwood. You've got quite a lot of things to do. And then further afield, you've got Newark Air Museum. Waddington as well. The Wave will be back soon, starting in dribs and drabs for us in September at some point. And then when we go out of season, we'll be there quite regularly, especially from November right up until March, every week, catching, well, weather permitting, where the Reds will be training for their 2027 season. Looking forward to seeing that as well. It's always good fun. The wind has certainly picked up now, as you can hear. Goodness me. Typhoon still out there, and well, we just wait patiently now for as we say, wave 2, but currently there are no canopies up at the moment, so until we see these canopies popping up, then we can start getting excited for a second round of typhoonness.
that was interesting. That was really nice chat there with John, chatting to someone whose father was in the Tirpitz raid, serving with 9 Squadron. How amazing was that? That was a lovely chat, so thanks for coming up to see us there. Doing ladies, gents and teddy bears. Yes, so that was very interesting conversation there. So yeah, just talking about the Tirpitz raid, the final raid, and the final raid on the 12th of November 1944. Operation Catechism, as it was known. The mission involved 32 Avro Lancasters from 9 Squadron and 617 Squadron. They used a 12,000-pound tallboy earthquake bomb and 2 direct hits and 1 glancing blow. An ammunition magazine exploded and the ship capsized, killing and taking over 1,000 lives on board. The Tirpitz was something that Winston Churchill completely wanted to be destroyed. They took many attempts. It wasn't just a one raid job. Series of air naval operations against the Tirpitz. Like I said, it wasn't just one mission. They did try another objective 29th of October 1944. They tried again before that. Raid on the 15th of September 44 as well. Catechism was the one. It was reusing some of the plans from Operation Obviate. But it was from early 42 that the Tirpitz posed a significant threat to Allied convoys, and it was transporting supplies through the Norwegian Sea in a fjord hidden away made it really difficult to try to take it out. It was repeatedly attacked, but unsuccessful. Finally, Operation Cataclysm was made in the early hours of the 12th of November. The forecast was issued because they had to get that right. And in preparation, one of the a Mosquito actually took out a meteorological scan, almost you could say like a reconnaissance checkup on the night before. A total of 32 Lancasters that were dispatched. I'll just show you what would happen then. So the Lancasters could take up to £22,000. In fact, why don't I just rewind this a minute? Hang on. So this is the Grand Slam, the 22,000 pounder. This one's my spares, I know, bless it. Now, AJ Alpha Juliet was the markings for 617 Squadron, but Yankee Zulu was when they had the Grand Slam. Because adding £22,000, you remember when we speak about and talk about thrust to weight? Well, the thing is, you start adding weight, you're not going to be as maneuverable. This took a long time to take off. You'd have to do some weight reduction to make up for that £22,000, and even a £12,000 tall boy is by no means light. And so they did a lot of weight reduction, and this is our this one's a the bouncing the upkeep bomb, the bouncing bomb by Barnes Wallis. Again, modifications had to be done. They had to strip it off a lot of metal plating. They took out the top turret, that was gone. So yeah, lots of modification does need to be adhered to. And my Johnny Walker, which was one that was in the raid, this one's the Johnny Walker. Look at this. This is a Battle of Britain Memorial Flights, PA 474. So I believe on that raid this would have been taken off and covered up, so they didn't need the top turret, and they would have had £12,000 tall boy on there, which, like I said, it's a bit of a beast. And 9 Squadron along with 617 Squadron contributed a total of 18 bombers. Sorry, 617 Squadron contributed 18 bombers, and 9 Squadron with 13. And they were joined by Lancaster, fitted out as a film aircraft with number 463 as well. So there you go, number 9 Squadron Lancaster, including that of Officer Wing Commander James Bazin, were unable to participate, but as they could not be cleared in time for the ice and snow to melt that formed overnight. So 617 Squadron took off with their Alpha Juliet marked Lancasters. They took off between 2:59 and 3:25, and 9 Squadron aircraft took off not long after at 0300 and 3:35. The aircraft flown by number 9 Squadron's Deputy Commander, Squadron Leader Bill Williams, among those that were able to take off and assumed command of the unit. The Lancasters, they flew individually over the Norwegian Sea, and just like the previous operation, which is Operation Obviate, they crossed the Norwegian coast between the towns of Mosgon and Lamsosh, where there was a gap in the German radar. They had to fly low to evade the radar, but you've got to just imagine what that would have been like flying through there. And the Lancasters, they rendezvoused over Tornatrask Lake, and after making 2 orbits, number 617 Squadron's commanding officer, Wing Commander Willie Tate, fired a flare gun from his aircraft to signal the force to proceed to Tromsø. 2 9 Squadron Lancasters failed to reach Tornatrashk Lake in time and returned to base without actually attacking. So the approach then, the attack force proceeded northwest towards Tromsø and climbed to 14,000 feet to clear the mountains along the border of Sweden and Norway. They were guided by radio homing signals transmitted by the Norwegian Milorg agent stationed nearby on the border between those two countries. They reached the Tromsø area, both of the squadrons had formed up into a loose formation, and 617 Squadron led the attack, followed by number 9. And the Lancasters were grouped into what was called gaggles of 4 to 6 aircraft that flew at altitudes of between 14,000 and 15,000 feet. The 463 Squadron film aircraft approached Tromsø as well. So they had a film aircraft to go with this, to film it. So the German forces in Tromsø area failed to adequately respond to the multiple warnings on the approach on British bombers. So between 7:39 and 8:50, so what, taking maybe 4 hours to 5 hours to get there, they failed to spot any sightings of the Lancasters. As the first aircraft was spotted, though, finally were flying east, it was thought that they might be heading towards the Soviet Union. Tirpitz wasn't actually notified of the reports until 8:15. A few reports were passed on to the JG5 detachment of Bardufoss, and Tirpitz air raid sirens was sounded at 8:51, and the ship's crew, 7 minutes later, the attack was possible. Here we go. So at 9:15, or around 9:15, the Tirpitz contacted Bardufoss to request that fighters to be dispatched to provide air cover, but it was too late for any fighters to reach Tromsø before the bombers arrived, and the local Luftwaffe command ordered the fighters to be scrambled at 9:18. So that was 3 minutes, and see, every minute counts when it comes to scrambling, and due to various delays the aircraft did not begin taking off from Bardufoss approximately until 9:32. That's 17 minutes later. So they were basically way too late. Several minutes. Ju-52 transport aircraft landed on the runway and they proceeded into the area, but it was unable to locate the British bombers before they attacked. Weather conditions of Tromsø continued to clear as the attack force arrived in the area. Tate spotted Tirpitz from 20 miles and later recalled that she was lying squat and black among her torpedo nets, like a spider in a web, silhouetted against the glittering blue and green waters of the fjord. The Tirpitz fired the first shots of the battle at 9:38 when she opened fire on the bombers with 15-inch caliber main guns from the range of 13.5 miles away. That's 22 kilometers, and other anti-aircraft guns also fired on the Lancasters as they approached, but it didn't disrupt them. No smoke screen was present as they flew north towards their bombing positions. The attack commenced at exactly 9:41, and Tate's aircraft was the first to drop its tallboy, which hit the Tirpitz. 617 Squadron completed its attack at 9:44 BST, and all aircraft bombing. Number 9 Squadron aircraft began dropping their tallboys at 9:45. By this time, the battleship was on fire and covered in smoke. The last bomb was released 9:59, and the Tirpitz rapidly sunk, taking the lives of around 1,200 men with her as well. So that was interesting that I had a 9 Squadron Lancaster with me. I've also got 617 Squadron as well. Right, let's see what's going on. Right, no canopies up just yet.
good and well. Thanks for tuning in, and welcome to our first show of the week on the 24th of August 2026. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. And amazing. I'm just finishing off another episode of Lost Airfields. If you love the history, then the Lost Airfields episodes are for you. Just working on a bit of an unknown. Members would have had a bit of a teaser, or a little trailer of some of the drone footage. And it's one of the lesser known airfields, but my goodness me, they really put in the force. This one particular squadron that made their mark. Coming up in the future, so we should complete that on Sunday, so that'll be out in the future, that one. Looking forward to putting that one together. So I've just finished off my write-up for it, the manuscript, so looking forward to seeing that. How you doing? All right, yeah? There are no times, I'm afraid. Sorry. Yeah, it's a military establishment, so they can't publish stuff like that. It's the same with you at home. Do you tell people where you're going every time? Do you leave a timetable? It's the same thing, isn't it? I'd rather not, actually. No, it's because that's the more point. Turn up open best. So I'm just like yeah.
I'll go live to the civilian airports as well.
You see, now they have schedules. That's a little bit different. Here it's yeah, no, just waiting for the canopies to pop open, which is a good sign. Maybe just to remove one of them had a blanket over it, so just got a, oh dear. Oh yeah. Oh right, yeah. Yeah, so it's about 7, it's not bad, is it? Imagine that, 7 miles a minute.
I don't think they were even at full throttle over them.
No. Amazing, isn't it? You know, they're like, goodness me, that was quick.
It's like virtually every child's boyhood dream to be a fighter.
Isn't it just? Isn't it? Absolutely. Yeah, that and a footballer, you're absolutely right there. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's still 4 out there, I think, if I remember correctly. There's still 4 out. Okay. Yeah, you'll get quite a few there, won't you? Nice. Right, okay. Alright. Was it a jet or a propeller?
It was a jet.
Okay.
It wasn't a jet fighter.
Okay.
But whoever was piloting them knew what they were doing.
Oh, that's good.
To do what they knew was that, to start off with sort of one. That was quite
Yeah, so they'll start, let's say, at Cranwell. So the way it goes is to fly one shooter and a prefect, and if it is fast jet, they'll go to RAF Valley in North Wales. They'll fly the Texan and then the Hawk T2. Yeah, that's it. And then after the Hawk T2, it's if it's a Typhoon, they go Stream 2, they go with that. If it's the F-35B, they'll go to Mara. They don't really get to choose. They can put in a request, but they don't really know. Those the powers that be would know. Those that are training them kind of know what they want. So, yeah, not everyone becomes a fighter pilot. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so they call it T2.
Yeah, 1 minute it's there, next minute it's gone, right? Yeah, no. Their normal home, I say normal home, Forest Norton, Oxfordshire. But the reason why I say normal home is because they're having their runways upgraded, so they're dotted about at the moment. I don't know how many months left. Yeah, but as you know, it doesn't take them long. Yeah, you can see them for miles. You're alright, man. It's a I'm all good. Anyway, nice chatting to you, man. Exactly, yeah, just laugh and have a good time. Alright, no worries. Oh, hello, look at this car. Yeah. Oh, I like that. Is that a Maserati? Is that a McLaren? Sorry. Like a McLaren. Yeah. In teddy bear yellow. Yes!
There's anything your father in your father what colour is he?
Oh yeah. Right, what we got here now? Days. Do you remember those sun strips? You know, the little bit of vinyl going across. I don't know, 1/8 of your windscreen. Do you remember that? Oh my word! I have not. That is old school. That is 90s right there. That is. Oh man, the sun strip. Yeah, and I used to have motorsport on my XR3i, I remember that. Goodness me, the cabriolet. No, I didn't. No. I had cabriolet in brush script font, right? And as I got older, I was like, what am I doing here? Because I wrote cabriolet, right? It was quite obvious that it was convertible. I always find that funny. I don't know why you feel the need to let everyone know that it's a convertible by writing on it and having cabriolet written on it when it was clearly a cabriolet version. Oh dear. Oh no, things we do when we're younger, right? Has anyone here got a sun strip on their car? Let's have a look. No one here. That's if you are in the area and have a sun strip, feel free to pass by. We'd love to get a photo of you. So all those that have a vinyl added sun strip. I remember as well, there was like, you know, you had to make sure it was like not too deep on your windscreen because then it failed the MOT, all that. Oh my word, I'm really showing my youth here. Youth? Yeah, I'll go with that. My age. There's some people laughing at me and they're smiling. They know what they've done that. Oh, here comes the McLaren. Yes! Pretty tasty, isn't it? I hope it's a McLaren because
teddy bear yellow. I'm going with that. Ted loves it.
I thought he was dropping off at the caravan at Ingerman's for me, that. Wishful thinking. Is Blackjack coming back today?
Blackjack?
Tom?
Blackjack has been retired in 2024.
Oh, the display one anyway.
There isn't a display livery this year. No, the display pilots come back today,
Yeah.
but there isn't.
Just in normal livery then?
Yes.
Because we came at start.
Yeah, Blackjack sadly is said goodbye in 2020. It's no longer, isn't it? It's been dismantled. That's finished. This is Blackjack.
When we first covered.
This is Blackjack.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the name of the aircraft.
Yeah. One weekend. Just worth coming to see that.
Right, so no canopies up at the moment. Haven't heard that word in a long time. Let's have a look at the some of the fumes there. We've got there we go. So there you go, look, some squadron markings. It's 29. So 29, as you can tell, they operate from the main ASP aircraft servicing platform. We've got a few other marks like this one fighter squadron marked aircraft, but again, please don't think that that's a one fighter pilot. It's airframes that are just posted around, still used by different squadrons. Of course, here 29 Squadron. A tradition of squadron markings there, as you can see. Some don't have. Sorry, that one's just got the fuselage markings there. Sometimes you'll have but yeah, squadron markings, a practice of marking aircraft with this, like a distinctive insignia, shall we say. It's been quite a long-term tradition, even since the biplanes as well.
You know, during the time of the First World War, that's been a thing. And in addition, traditional national markings which had been established came into practice, for those who don't know, on the 23rd of April 1916. So to begin that, they applied only to the aircraft of the BE-2C squadrons, but later it was extended to include other types. Now, the distinctive marks were painted in black on the top, bottom and both sides of the fuselage. That was the first starting of that. And original biplanes before the roundel had the Union flag, I know. And the problem with that is that it's very hard to recognise, and during the First World War, who was flying with a cross? That's right, Germany were. And so they weren't sure, and sometimes the army on the ground and the battalions were like, shoot first, ask questions later, which is not really good for a friendly fire situation. And the Union flag design was scrapped, and they adopted the French roundel because it was red, white and blue dot in the middle. And so the Royal Flying Corps and British aircraft reversed it and had blue, white, red. All right, so that's the story. It was actually based on the French markings, including a tail flash as well. So these distinctive marks started to begin a coordination. Pattern and markings was laid down by the Royal Flying Corps at HQ, and they were arrived as they kind of received them as a little obscure, because if you look at the markings here, we've got a series of X's, we've got a series of blocks. I mean, have a look really, and sometimes there were bizarre markings which ultimately appeared and were to be proudly displayed on aircraft of fighter squadrons, which have still survived today. The XXX dates back all the way to, let me think of the earlier aircraft that I can think of on 29 Squadron. Probably the Sopwith Snipe is the earliest one I could ever find, and maybe I need to have a look at some 29 Squadron when they were using the BE-2C Squadron, because they were a BE-2C Squadron. So it could be. So I need to have a look and see if I can find a photo of a 29 Squadron Royal Flying Corps using the BE-2C. I wonder if they had it. So the traditional markings were taken over by the Royal Air Force when they were established, so 1st of April 1918. Okay, but just prior to that, on the 22nd of March 1918, an order was actually issued to discontinue the use on all except single-seater fighters, a custom which had remained peculiar to fighter aircraft ever since. Now, it is evident by the beginning of the Second World War that continued the use of the markings, which provide a source of information to enemy intelligence. Now, this is where it gets a little bit strange, because they started to put the squadron numbers on the side of the aircraft. So 105 had 105 written on there, 75 Squadron had 75, a number 75. So the ziggy zaggies, the X's were kind of removed, and they didn't want them during the Second World War. If you noticed, they kind of disappeared, and so they scrapped the actual fancy designs. They got rid of that. They got rid of having the actual numbers written on the side of the fuselage. They got rid of that, and they came up with a kind of like a cryptic 2-digit system. And it didn't just have letters, some did have numbers, such as 3W, for example, and of course letters, as we know. So the beginning of the Second World War had a bit of a change, and not only, you know, they were thinking it would give away the location of a particular squadron, but they also revealed the type of aircraft of which they were equipped with. So the distinctive designs, they disappeared for a while, and in the place was the alphabetical code, as we know, which we were talking about, Whiskey Sierra. Okay, so although each squadron was allocated its own group of letters to be painted on the aircraft, in some squadrons it was quite common to see one of the aircraft with different code letters on inquiry. This invariably turned out to be the squadron's commander. So DB from Duxford, the Douglas Bader markings as well. But how official that was, I'm not really sure. So just to give you an idea of some of the early markings, I'm just going to give you this little book at the moment. Let's have a little look at these markings. Look, so Look at that. I mean, if you think of how basic these are, the zigzags, the X's of 29. Let's have a look what else this little book has. I've got some others here. And some of these. And we saw Free Squadron as well with the yellow and green. 41 Squadron we've seen before. I mean, these are just some exceptions. I mean, 2AC Squadron has the black and white, got the triangles on there, right? If you remember from, I don't think it's got number 2 on there as an example, but there we go. So what does this all mean then? Why? I mean, there's some fun stories out there, especially with the story, over 100 years old story with the XXX. Now, if you go back to the days of the Sopwith Snipe for 29 Squadron, have a look at that, all right? The Sopwith Snipe, okay? Oh, thank you. Thanks for that. Sorry, so the Sopwith Snipe of 29 Squadron had a load of X's on the top of the wing, okay? Now I know what you're thinking. If it's Roman numerals, it doesn't actually make 29, it makes 30. So if you go, that was between 1923 and 1925. And if you have a look at RAF Coningsby's Gloucester Grebe, when they were operating that after the Snipe, they ended up with 4 X's. What's going on there? But then when you go to the Siskin, they ended up with 3 X's. And then after that, when they were operating the Bristol Bulldog from 1932 to 35, they went to 2 X's. What's going on there? The Hawker Demon, only 2 X's. And then came the Second World War, so they got rid of the X's. And the 29 Squadron RAF was Romeo Oscar, all right? And they had that between 1939 right up until 1943, and then eventually, when they were operating the de Havilland Mosquitoes into the 50s, they went on having Bravo and then another letter after that, so Alpha to Z to Z to A to Z basically. When they started operating the Armstrong Whitworth, the Meteor, they had 3 X's, and they've been continuing the X's since 1951 with the Armstrong Whitworth Meteor. So it's all over the place. However, there is a wonderful, beautiful story regarding this. Let's have a little look here. Let's have a look at good old Blackjack here. So there we go. That's 29 Squadron's markings. You can see, it's not my hand moving, that's the wind blowing the life out of this thing, bless it. Let me hold that there. So the other thing, just quickly about the X's, there is a wonderful story with 29 Squadron. Why the X's? Because originally it was because of course, if it is Roman numerals, the plan was to have an XX, roundel, and 1X. Okay, XX 1X is, yeah, you got it, 29. So what happened there? The guys that went to paint it put an XX and 1X. They thought that it was supposed to have another X. So it's a misinterpretation of the instructions. Instead of going XX and 1X, they thought XX and another X, which made it 3 X's. And that is the wonderful story. And remember, never ruin a good story. Just leave it alone, because it is a good story. I do like that one. So it stayed with it. It's over 100 years old, that story. There are other variants of it. There's the extra strong mints, and yeah, and other wonderful stories. But that one is at 29 Squadron's sort of HQ with that story, and I like it, and it does make sense. It is quite a really good story why they chose the X's, because it wasn't supposed to be that. It was supposed to be XX 1X, but they thought another X, so it stayed. there we go, a little bit of fun. And of course, as we can see, we got some different emblems and designs on the actual tail. So what you got there is an eagle and a buzzard in combat, so that distinguishes aerial combat. And don't forget, 29 had over, I think, something like 26 aces during the First World War. I mean, that's our oldest squadron there. That number 1, that is our oldest. And I mentioned number 3. Don't forget, number 3 started out as number 2 aeroplane company. All right, with the like an air battalion. This is before the Royal Flying Corps, man. And that obviously changed when they established the Royal Flying Corps Squadron, and they changed the number to number 3. There was a number 2 squadron as well. So that's our oldest right there, number 1, which is amazing. And yes, they did do a numerical, and it's still keeping the tradition of allocating squadrons even today, as of when. And what's interesting is during the late 50s into the 60s, of course, was the Thor missile, strategic missile squadrons. And where's that gone? Paperwork here. Where's that coming from? Uh-oh. The wind is killing my education. Thank you. Oh. Some education pieces back. They've actually flown out of the they were blown out of the folder. That just shows how punchy the wind is up here, to be able to actually take it out of the folder. Wow.
welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, 12:26 GMT. Hope we're all good and well, and just waiting for the next plane. We've still got 4 out there somewhere, I think, if I remember correctly. I can remember our 3 squadron that went out, so hopefully see them back later on. In the meantime, just looking out for see you, man. There's Steve there. Steve's now finished up for the day, feeding all the spotters. Thank you very much. See you again. But yeah, it won't be long till we end up back at the Wave. I do miss the crew, Emma and Andy and John and everyone there. Do miss that, but of course with the Reds going away, that didn't help. So they are back, and good to see them back. I think they're heading overseas, I think, if I remember correctly, but certainly from next month we'll be starting to in dribs and drabs start to appear at Waddington again. It's always nice. I do miss it there. It's always nice to have the Red Arrows in training, and I look forward to seeing what the next World Cup is going to be for 2027 already. I know, and that's one of the exciting things that I do. I bring Red Arrows training every week during November and March, weather permitting, of course. It can get quite rough out. If you remember when the zoom toggle got frozen, that was brilliant, wasn't it? It was that cold. It was like -5 or something, and the zoom toggle actually was frozen. So I had to go and get a heat pad to try and thaw it out. ADSB. Not a million miles away. They're at Hull at the moment, over Hull. Blue out here now with the skies, but the wind has certainly picked up a little bit. Doing Alan Burden, Captain A, Davey, LEJ approach, Margot, Simon Watchorn, how you all doing? Hope you're all well. Denzel Hughes, Ali Leyland, Ian McCabe, Dieter, how you all doing? Hope you're all good. Bama fan. Hope you're all good and well. Christopher Neal, what up? Hope you're all good. Mayhem Marshy, just having a quick scroll, see how you all doing. Captain A, Eigen, lots of you putting the TEDs out. Why not? Let's get the TEDs out then. TED 2. Big shout out to the Hedgehog crew. How are they all doing? Hope they're all good.
Yeah, one day. I think, and I think something will be occurring in a moment.
Oh, is that running down runway?
No idea. Sorry. So they'll remove all the those red covers. Look, there you go. There's one of them. Really essential that you do that. You don't want to damage any of those. Extremely dangerous if you ever get those damaged. For example, if you get those damaged and you get the wrong readings, such as airspeed, that could have very, very extremely disastrous consequences. You don't want anything in the auxiliary auxiliary power unit exhaust there. That's just sort of on the the curve of the wing and the fuselage that you can see there. That soot, where the soot comes out, that's the exhaust. That's basically burnt fuel, as the Typhoon can be started at the push of a button. So that's the exhaust for the auxiliary power unit. So that's the inlet covers been taken off as well. The pilot will remove the heads-up display cover. The pilot will do their own external checks first. They'll check the full planes. They'll check the flaps, drop tanks, if they have any ordnance. Check the landing gear. Check the nozzles. Make sure that the tags are removed as well. So once the pilot's happy with the external checks, the pilot will climb up the ladder and inspect the rear of the cockpit and check the ejection seat system as well, by just making sure that a particular pin is still there, and etc. Have a quick look and remove the heads-up display and do a few more checks. And before any startups commence, they will contact Tower to request a startup. They'll say speed 123, flight 4, request start, and then they'll wait for a request from Tower to say start approved, and then they'll have all the departure details given to them, and they must read that back exactly, word for word, read back correct. That's what you'll hear. And but once that's done, it doesn't mean they can just taxi wherever they want. Even that needs taxi. So speed 123, taxi, ready for taxi, and air traffic controllers will say exactly where to hold, giving the rest of their instructions. And then you may hear line up and wait after that, and by then the pilot needs to be, whether civilian or military, any pilot will tell you do not want to be told to line up and wait and you haven't done and completed all your checks. That would be disastrous. Two canopies up at the moment. Can't see about the other two in the little aircraft shelters there. The auxiliary power unit removed. Sorry, the auxiliary power unit exhaust cover removed. we're doing, ladies and teddy bears. So, of course, it wouldn't be complete without our online store as well. I do have some merchandise with me. I've got patches and key tags, so if you're in need of a new key ring, then I do have some with me. Patches available at tedconingsby.co.uk. Go to our online store, and this is our original patch. You remember this one? And it's still going. We'll never get rid of this one. This one's a classic, again made by the wonderful Squadron prints. They are indeed, they do come with Velcro as well to make it easier. There you go, that's better, isn't it? And what a lovely classic patch that we've got. And those are, I've got a handful of everything here with me. If you want to treat yourself or treat someone else. What else have I got here? We've got our Special Ops patch as well. Another classic, done in that subdued effect. The classic Special Ops, when me and Ted go on Special Ops sometimes. You know how it is. So that one's there as well. What else have we got here? For those that love the PVC patches, we've got a PVC version as well. This is representing all 4 fighter stations in the country. Oh yeah. And of course, it wouldn't be without you guys, the Beret recovery team. We've got one of these as well. Oh yeah. What else have we got here, Teddy? Let's have a little look what we got here. You got like a little... We've got our Blue Skies patch as well. There's that one there. Oh yeah. Lovely embroidery by Squadron Prints. Again, if you can't make it here, don't worry, you can order them online. And if you are a member, you do get a discount. Oh yeah. For those that love the Chinook, and Ted's flown in the Chinook about 4 times in different roles. He's flown with the Roll Demo team, he's flown with the Chinook display team, and he's also fired 7,000 rounds with the special number 7 squadron in the Chinook. So a joint Ted Chinook Force patch as well, lovely. For the fans of Lakenheath, we've got our Lakenheath edition, the Ted Carees patch. Nice, yeah, got those. Probably one of my favourite is this. I love the Bowler Bears when Ted flew in the F-15 in 2023. Look at this. In February, the Bowler Bears. That is just beautiful. I think that's it for now that I've got here. And I've got a selection of key tags, loads of different key tags with me. I've got the classic Send It. Oh yeah. And if you want to take a little piece of the van, F22 Ted is in like the reg plate. It's got the white and the yellow front and back. What else have we got? Yeah, we've got just a handful of remove beret before flight, because just having standard remove before flight would be just not quite us, is it? It's got to be different. And that's pretty much what I have with me today. So come and see me, and we'll sort something out. Do you know what I mean? There we go. I have to get ground crew Drew to Tim Gooch. Actually, he loves doing that bit of banter, in it.
So it looks like 3 squadron on the way back. Yeah, it could be 4. So I'm hoping for a 4 ship. Let's have a look, see what we're going to get.
look at this. Ted Coningsby channel, bringing you Ted's home, Ted HQ. Here we go. So, canopy closed. Another start-up. Here we go, the beautiful Typhoon FGR4, powered by its two EJ200 engines, smashing out together 20,200 pounds of thrust each. It's 40,400 pounds of thrust in an airframe that weighs 24,300 pounds empty. Fully fueled, 11,000 pounds on top of that, giving you thrust to weight ratio of 1.12 to 1, which is absolutely incredible. Developed from its original role as an interceptor fighter aircraft, changed role into an FGR role, fighter ground attack and reconnaissance. A multi-role, so just like the Mosquito, you can just reconfigure it, and it can reconfigure in flight as well. And that's the beauty of it. It'll take around 20,000 pounds of ordnance, Mach 2.0, max speed. On brakes released at 8 seconds, can pull into a 50 degree, 60 degree, into a vertical climb. That's the beauty of the Typhoon. It's Leonardo quadruplex, a 4-lane channel system of a fly-by-wire, operating 70 computers inside, doing their little things. Missing Ted. It was quite high. Alright, here we go. So the Typhoons can carry 3 of the 1,000-litre external drop tanks. You can have it configured in a single, a double, so 1 on each wing, or a full house. But speaking to the to 29 Squadron, they actually fill them up to 700 litres instead of 1,000 because the fuel actually expands. So you're looking at around about £5,600 in total of additional on top of the 11,000 if they wanted. Or if you want litres, an extra 3,000. There you go. Yeah, so that's officially known as a pairs takeoff or a pairs departure.
to come out. You've enjoyed today so far? Coming up to 15 minutes to the hour. so far. Yeah, 4 at the moment.
These are all ready to go as well.
Maybe. Not sure on one of them. Not sure on one of them, that's all. One's having a bit of an issue. Alright buddy, thank you. So if you just joined us, our wave 2 has begun. We had 1 pair's departure and flight of 2, taking off in the more conventional way, one after the other. Roland Rat and crew, Herald. Because it's a bit of an optical illusion, looks like the rudder is missing, but it's obviously there. a taxi. Flight of 2, so that's all been taken care of. It could be. Here we go. Fiberglass material, transparent material. Is in there. That's your Captor E Mark II. Oh yeah. Then we've got a VHF antenna at the top.
go, send it. Typhoon that's spooling. Not sure of the intentions. Let's have a quick look. No, this is just having a bit of flexing, bit of a ground run. There's one of the technicians or ground crew in there. So that one won't be going anywhere. Not without a pilot in there, that's for sure. You alright, man? How you doing? Love the hat. Yeah, love it. Oh, nice one. Let's come down and say hello. How's it going? Alright. Look at this. Nice little having the rounds on this one, haven't we? Look at it. Yeah. Haven't even got an air brake wave, look. And it didn't even go anywhere. Love it. Up here. How you doing? All right? Good, thank you. It is a little bit windy up here, I'll tell you that. Oh my word. Yeah, it just follows me around. Yeah, it just follows me around. Oh dear. Right, where are we? How are we doing? Lynx Rainbird, how you doing? Guards March. And a high five there. Thank you very much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Also got Avro Al with 41 months membership. Love Ted HQ, welcome home Tom. Janet D with 18 months membership. Ali Leyland with 28 months membership, 28 months with this amazing channel, wonderful people. Here's to many more. Jay Borton, congratulations on 12 months membership. Oi, been a great stream as always. Thank you very much for your first year. Robert Pimlock celebrating 3 months, 33 months. Hello, oi, and an oi to you. Typhoon 349, Guards March. And high five there, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Alan Q, thank you very much for the super chat. Colin Booth as well, thank you very much for the super chat at Guards March to you as well. And Philip Warham, Guards March, great show as always, thanks Ted, you're most welcome. Jay Borton, thank you very much for the gift there, thank you very much. God, I'll tell you what, the light's been all over the shop, isn't it? Nope, off he goes. You're right, Mark, yeah? I've got it here for you, mate. Was it this one? No, that one's just having a bit of an engine.
got?
I don't know, the red light's on.
Oh yeah, Summit's here.
Yeah, that'll just check
Oh, it could be the Embraer. Yeah, it's Tirpitz, just coming up to the end of the show. We've got possibly our Typhoons coming back from their sorties. So let's have a quick look at ADSB. Hope we're all good. Sorry, I got chatting to a friend of mine there, and you know. So let's have a quick look. One's coming back from Wales.
See you later, Ted.
Yeah, see you later. And the others are eventually making their way back. Eventually, I say eventually. It's a very slow process on an eventual way home. So they may be going to Hull again. They seem to like it there. We must have to check it out. Hey, if it's good enough for a Typhoon, it must be good. Has anyone ever been to Hull? I've never been. Right. RJ135, the Embraer. So there's Walton Aerodrome's BA Systems there. Big shout out to them.
this is not a Phenom, this is an ERJ145. It's corporate air travel as it's classed as, and because of the abbreviation CAT, corporate air travel, that's why they've got a call sign MOG or Felix. There you go. Some more information there. Am I being filmed? Yes! Film me, yeah. Oh, maybe not. Sorry, she could have been on the phone and I'm there just doing all sorts of dance moves. There you go. I love these lights. Same at Waddington. I'm like, oh, something's coming in. Yeah. You might as well then. About 5 mics away, so not long. So that doesn't help to favour that. And they don't seem to like changing the runway.
I love it when you get the ghost of the dog. When you get a howl.
Yeah, I got the howl the other day. That was excellent. But it does depend where you stop. You're in front of it. The ghost of the Vulcan. I like that. Yeah, it is a good howl. Yes, when I was a kid, Western Supermare. Yeah, when I was living there, the Western Air Festival. Yeah. It was doing a display there. That wing over the pier, yes.
But it was at Shuttleworth.
Yeah. Yeah, oh wow, Shuttleworth. It went there?
It did.
Goodness me, must have ripped the grass to pieces.
Incredible. But seeing how
it's almost on long final by the look of it. Yeah, should be in a few minutes then. Looks like they're coming straight in. I might take a photo of it if I may, but yeah, it looks good. I'll put it on the show in a second. We've had some tasty cars today, and I've got another one. Well, the Typhoon's coming in a second. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to. There's a lot of heat haze. I mean, I do like a Mustang. Yeah. Oh, I love that. Oh, I do love the Mustang. It's pairs landing as well. Might get a pairs landing. We've had them take off together. Where's 2? That's the 1. Okay. Use of aerobraking. Look at this. This might actually be the record now. Past the 5. That was a very delicious example of aerobraking, using that undercarriage as drag to slow the aircraft down in a more aerodynamic way, taking the stresses off the braking system, off the main landing gear. Sensation when you stick your hand out of a moving car, you know, we all do it when we were kids, opening up our jackets on a windy day, just letting that undercarriage just become a parachute to slow. I mean, when you push that type of this model, you can feel the drag, the pressure just building up there, and it just uses it to slow down. There's no braking system on the main. There's no brakes on the nose gear. Only on the main landing gear. That's quite common in most, pretty much all aircraft, airliners, fighters, etc. You don't really get a braking system on the nose gear. The braking systems are not quite like the calipers that you get on a car. They're carbon discs. They're rotary and static carbon discs. And what they do, they compress together, causing a braking action. And you'll get them on the main landing gear. So you don't get them on the front. Now there are scenarios of some aircraft that will have steel discs for brakes, but obviously that's quite heavy. I can't imagine the Typhoon having that. Fighter jets usually have, and large transport aircraft have carbon discs around 6, and they compress together. That's just an average, causing a braking action. Michelin tyres are used on the Typhoon. Safran, a French company, they make the landing gear on the Typhoon. Look at the 4 planes working hard and constantly adjusting. Now it is. See ya! Or maybe not. Looks like we've got our Embraer departing. Paul Briggs, Briggles, high five and a guards march. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership, thank you so much. Paul Briggs as well, thank you so much. Guards march to you for the 20-month membership, thank you. And Nicholas for creating this channel. I've made so many new friends since joining and I've loved every minute of it. See you and Ted again soon, thank you very much. Kate Never Dies, thank you for the gift there. Remember, 41 months is Jake Jackson with the parents. Love it. Well, finishing the day is not a Typhoon. It's the Embraer ERJ 135. Teddy bears, what a day it's been, and goodness me, has it been windy. I hope you've all enjoyed it today with the Ted Coningsby channel. Ooh, yeah. And you can see my hair is, you can see where the wind has been flattening the hair this time. You can see the wind strength with that. So I hope you're all good and well, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Thank you so much. I hope you all enjoyed today. A big shout out to RAF Coningsby. Thank you so much for looking after our skies. Thank you very much for owning them as well. Thank you. And of course, don't forget to tune in to more Ted Coningsby action. And if you're into your merchandise, don't forget to get yourself some Ted Coningsby retail therapy at tedconingsby.co.uk. We got t-shirts. This is coming out soon. Oh yeah, the Glastonbury edition. Oh yeah. You know how it is. Members, viewers, thank you all so much for supporting the channel. It's been amazing. So, that's it, Teddy. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at TED HQ. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well. See ya. Hit the button, Teddy. Hit the button, Teddy. Hit the button, Teddy. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted.
ladies, gents and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the TED Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special TED Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.